So this is gonna be the manip of the record. I'm just gonna keep it in the video stat so everyone can see it. So you have easy to verify the seed I used and everything. Just gonna watch through this for I don't know, so people don't think I did anything suspicious. Because, not gonna lie, posting a 421 in the middle of the night looks awfully suspicious. But I'm glad I have the whole VOD. I'm glad I have everything I can show. And I'm glad I'm done with this game. But yeah. A classic, the Hasty Moltres. I'm really glad that the All Snacks run I did went over well. Because this Moltres really helped me with Manip and really helped me to change how I was doing these. So before, I wasn't only running Hidden Power 70, what I was doing was I would run 69 plus and I would run 69 if the stats were good, and I would run 70 sort of no matter what. This allowed me to sort of pick and choose, like only 70, and then also only if the stats are pretty good. That way I'm not running any poor defenses. This way I'm not running 69 to miss ranges. This way I have the best chance possible. This really helped me, and I was very upset to see that there wasn't a save like this somewhere. I've uploaded the My Shadow Moltres save to speedrun.com. Hopefully it will be posted in the Discord. I'll probably have to do it myself. I asked somebody to do it for me. Did not happen. So I'll probably end up doing it myself, but the save is available. So other people can do this method and save themselves time. It says commentary, but it's going to be less commentary and more of just a watch party, I think. I don't have anything too interesting to say. I'll talk about stuff when it happens, but I'm not going to be explaining much. So I'll show the EV when I get it, and I'll show the Teddiursa when I know what the Teddiursa is. So, okay, here's the EV. It maybe doesn't look amazing, but it has enough defense and HP to survive, like, Earthquake crits from a like, God attack bear. I believe it has enough health to almost always survive 2 Silver Winds from Ninjask, which was good. So, and it had the 30 speed. I think I didn't bump my speed requirement from 22, but I basically stopped attempting to hit 22 speed Espeons, or EVs. I think if I were to recommend a speed requirement, I would say probably 26. You don't want to get outsped by, like, Shadow Voltorb and shit. But yeah, so that's the EV. It sort of looks very good, not great, but it has enough defenses to live the stuff you're really worried about. And it has 30 speed. So there's the rash, there's a trainer ID, there's everything. I'm glad I checked the trainer ID. Actually, wait, I'm an idiot. That doesn't matter in this game. You see the trainer ID on the fucking PDA. So, um, I was talking to Roth last night, and he asked me something like, were there any segments that were below, like, a B? And the answer's kind of obvious, but no. Like, I ended up telling him everything that I remembered went wrong. I can only think of 3 things that cost me more than, like, 10-ish seconds in the entire run. Yeah, there's only 3 things in my mind that really lost me any significant time. I'll bring them up when I see them. Maybe there's a 4th thing I'm forgetting about. I would be surprised, but yeah. I'm like trying to remember how smoothly the very beginning went. So I believe this flinches. The only reason I remember that flinch is because I was using the fact that it flinched to find out what frame my bear was. That's the only reason I remember that. There were 2 bears available on the program. And I was trying to use the fact that it flinched to figure out which one it was. I want to say that my manip, or like my seed, was around 5 seconds. So it wasn't too long, wasn't crazy short. Sort of just an average time for a seed in XD. Yeah, sorry for I'll be messing with the video a little bit. You'll see the bottom bar pop up just because I'm checking stuff, but I'll be checking stuff less when the run actually gets going a little bit, when something actually happens. But, you know, not much going on right now. I started having to do this movement back over into the fountain instead of under the fountain, because when you do that movement to the side there at the very end, like you can't, if you go under the fountain, you're like hidden behind that brick pillar and you can't see your character. If you go above, you can see your character the whole way. So I started going over the fountain just to make that movement a little bit easier to do. I remember that. I had one run where I went under the fountain and I got stuck on that brick pillar. And I was like, I will never do that again. There's the old man walking towards us. That's how you know it's the run of destiny. So I got a handful. I'm remembering I got a handful of like lucky crits. I obviously got lucky with my ranges. Like, I obviously didn't get unlucky with anything. It was very, very tremendously lucky overall. The one thing I remember being the most lucky about was bite flinches. I can very much remember getting like maybe 5, maybe 6 bite flinches in this run. Like a stupid amount of bite flinches. We already saw one, and it's going to be a theme all the way to the very ending of the run. I got a stupid amount of bite flinches. There he is. That bear's gonna carry us to the promised land. So in the old record, I talked about the teddiers I had. I believe the IVs were 17 IV speed, 30 IV attack. The nature was adamant. And so with the basically max attack, I was able to sort of brute force my way past some bad luck I got. I was able to just sort of out damage some unlucky spots. I was able to avoid bad luck in other spots by just killing things that I shouldn't be able to. And I ended up getting a 424-21 with that, which was very good. I was very happy with for a little bit. And that, when it was caught, was a 27-15. This is not a run. This is basically a watch party of a world record that I got offline last night. Because I don't think anyone's seen it yet. It's on my, the raw video file is on, oh, it's unlisted on my YouTube. That's why nobody can see it. I totally forgot it's unlisted. But yeah. So I wanted to do this so I have a commentary version and a raw video version. So this was a 25-17. And I remember when I got it. So, for context, over the day, the Teddy Ursas, this was my 15th Teddy Ursa, or no, yeah, this was my 15th Teddy Ursa of the day. Before this Teddy Ursa, only one of the 14 I had gotten today, or that day, were runnable. And that one was naughty, and I was unable to purify it on time, and I had to reset. So this was the only like real runnable Teddy I got all day. So it was 25-17. I believe it had 16 defense, 18 special attack, 17 special defense. And so I saw that and I was immediately like, I hope to God this is lonely or hasty. That was my immediate thought. So I'm not going to show the bear until I realize what the bear is. So there were 2 bears that showed up. One was a Rash with the IV's 30 attack, 30 speed. One was a Corky with the IV is 27 attack, 30 speed. The Rash was, I want to say, around frame 6-9 something. The Quirky was frame 7-1 something, I believe. And I was trying to use the fact that I got the bite flinch on the Sunkern. I was using that to determine that it was... I think I'm getting these backwards. I think the Rash was the later one. I mean, it doesn't matter. I incorrectly thought it was the Rash. So, for Purification, Rash is slightly better. I believe Rash is 6 Vivids, 1 Excite? 6 Vivids, 1 Joy, maybe? And Quirky is 7 Vivids, 1 Excite. So, if I were to get the Rash, I could have done Egan Skip. And so I was hoping it was the Rash. And so right now, because of that, my VOD is showing the Rash. So when I realize it's the Quirky later, I will show what the Teddiursa is. But until then, it doesn't really matter. I could probably recite the IVs of the bear off the top of my head. Other than HP, because I know it was 27 attack, 1 defense, I think like 26 special attack, 7 special defense, 30 speed. It was sort of... It had a good HP IV, but it had like low defenses, good HP, and then 27 attack, 30 speed. I'm like trying to check Discord on my phone and it's just not working. What the fuck? I was still unsure about that movement there. I have this weird placebo that if I move further to the right during this movement, I activate the text box faster. I don't know why. I started just hugging the wall there, because in theory, you're covering less ground, and theoretically it's less movement. I want to say that in this game, your diagonals are the same speed as just forward. So I'm not actually saving any time by doing movement like that. It just sort of looks weird. It's something like your forward speed is the same as your forward diagonal speed, if that makes sense. So like if you're moving straight up and at a 45, it's the same speed in the same direction. You're just also moving another direction. I still try to like hug corners and have my movement be as tight as possible, because that's still, you're covering less ground than if you were doing like box movement or whatever. But yeah, I do it more in Call than in XD, I think, but I very much make an effort to be as efficient as possible with my movement in these games. And some of the load triggers in this game I don't really understand, so there's a couple spots like that one in Gale where I don't really know how to be more efficient with it. Maybe I'm not doing it optimally. At some point it doesn't really matter, but yeah. So I remember earlier I said I always say no to Jovi on when she asks you the question at Kaminko's house, and I remember I said no to her here. I don't remember what the reason was. I usually say yes to that text box. I believe saying yes is like a couple frames faster. I said no, and I don't remember the reason why. I think my controller was in my hand a certain way, and I was like, I'll press B, whatever. This is another part where I don't know if I can make my movement better. I feel like there has to be a way to cut the corners behind the house a little tighter. Obviously I can't see what I'm doing, but I feel like I do that movement kind of weird. That's probably like another thing I'm just overthinking. It doesn't matter, but like I've always felt like that movement's kind of weird, and that I should be doing it differently. So I actually go ahead and grab the ether, because my two options were a 6 vivid plus a joy and a 7 vivid plus an excite. So if I wanted to do Egan skip with the rash, I would have wanted the ether, and if I were to purify a quirky at all, I would want the ether to sell. So it just sort of turned out that my best choice was to grab it no matter what. I want to say I couldn't tell what the bear was in Battle 1. It becomes very obvious after Battle 1, but I think Rash and Quirky are very similar in Battle 1. And they sort of divide, as Rash does less by battles and Quirky does more by battles. So we already saw the Sun Current Bite flinch. Obviously to get a time as good as the one I got, I'm going to be needing a lot of really lucky things to happen to me. So it's going to sort of be a theme that I just get lucky in a bunch of spots. And we're going to see it continue here, because it is a 5 and 16 for EV2 Evolve at level 11, based on the step cycles. I believe up to this point, you finish 5 step cycles with Eevee. It might be 6. I don't know. I've never bothered to check. My notes tell me it's a 5 and 16, and my notes would never lie to me. Really good question. But yeah, I think this is where I realized the bear is quirky, not rash, and as soon as I have the quirky one on the VOD, I will show you the bear and talk about the bear. So here it is. So this is what it really was. I was off a little on the IVs when I said them earlier, but so quirky is like it's very mediocre for purifying. Neither of those crits mattered, which is funny, but quirky is like very mediocre. It requires selling an item. It requires buying an 8th cent, which is a little bit slow. But it doesn't require anything crazy. It doesn't. You're not required to get a call. You're not required to buy like 8 vivids. You know, it's just sort of okay for purifying. But yeah. So the 27. Okay, so the way it works is I checked this bear stats as soon as we got it. The way that the program we use to find what our bear's nature and IVs are, it searches a range of frames to see what bear. It searches like a range of, I don't know what the number is. It searches a pretty large range of frames that covers probably around 30 seconds, 40 seconds of the game, to see what the bear you got is. And because bear is level 11, its stats don't vary that much from its IVs, or like based on its IVs. That crit was really good. So the slug my thing's a 15, 16. That is a really bad range, but I crit it. So it searches a range of frames, and you'll almost always get multiple bears in that frame range that match your stats, and then you have to figure out which one it is based on the nature and how. So the heart gauge goes down differently depending on your nature, and so you have to find out what your bear's nature is based on how the heart gauge moves. And that was the point where I found out it was quirky, not rash, based on how much it was being lowered when I entered a battle. So 27 attack, 31 speed. The 31 speed's huge. It buys me a lot of outspeeds later. 27 attack is really good. I was a little disappointed because the other one was 30-30, and I was thinking to myself I'd rather have the extra 3 IVs in attack than the extra 1 in speed. I think the extra 1 in speed ended up helping me out in a couple spots, so it ended up being really good. So, but I remember at the time thinking that I would have rather had the other one. Ended up working in my favor. So a funny thing about this segment was that I never entered reverse mode. Which, if I had entered reverse mode, I would have lost some time, but then I would have had to buy 1 fewer cent. So I would have lost some time and saved some money, basically. Enter reverse mode. I think maybe people watch this game and think entering reverse mode is a good thing because it is in Call-O. Entering reverse mode loses you time. Every single time it happens, it loses you significant time because it costs you a turn because you have to call out, or else you'll just hit yourself at the end of every turn. So reverse mode is really bad unless you need it, and you only need it if you have a really bad Purify nature. So reverse mode's always bad, and thankfully I didn't enter reverse mode once. I talked about my flinch luck. I'm pretty sure I did not flinch the Pika here. I have no idea. Maybe I did. I don't remember. I got really, really good flinch luck in this run. Yeah, I think this T-bolts the Pika, or the Eevee, because I remember, yeah, I think I went ahead and healed Espeon in the PC going into Mount Battle. And the static avoid, double static avoid. So I only had an okay Purify nature, but everything in the segment went so well that the segment was still really fast. So with the nature the way it was, the segment probably went as good as it could have. So I also grabbed the burn heals because I want to say that buys me just barely 7 Vivids, 1 Excite. Just barely. If I got reverse mode, I would not have had to pick those up. And I would have bought one, I would have used 1 fewer cent. but it would have still been slower. Oh, yeah, it's a excite. You fool, you almost bought the wrong one. Yeah, 150 left over. Also, I do that downward movement right there because in this cutscene it tilts you down. Prevents you from talking to the guy again. If you're just facing him while you're doing this, you might just talk to him again. So I always do that little tip, that little like split second of movement because it'll rotate you downward during the cutscene. Funny little tech tip for any of the kids out there trying to learn XD. That's one of my secret techniques that probably everyone does, but I wouldn't know because I don't watch other people play this game. And so we will complete a walk cycle on our way back, which is where the bear will finish purifying. Thankfully, you sort of hit a step cycle there, so a lot of the natures will have you purify, like finish purifying on the way back. It can be a little scary if you don't know what your nature is, for sure, but yeah, you hit a walk cycle there, and a lot of natures will purify on that instead of on the actual scent usage. We use as few scents as possible because we're trying to save money. We don't have a lot of money at this point in the game. So a lot of the time you'll see that a bear will empty his heart gauge on that walk cycle there. So, something I've been interested in this run is sort of just skipping this full heal chest. I don't think it would ever be worth it because it's right there, but like, I've had a lot of runs where I sort of don't end up not using the full heal. I did end up healing the SBA. I remember thinking to myself with the SB there that like, it cost me like a second and a half to heal it. So I remember in my head thinking, I'm wasting a second and a half now, and I'm guaranteeing that I won't die. So I felt okay about it. Yeah, but about the full heal, there's probably around a 40-ish% chance that you need the full heal in the run. So it doesn't really make sense to skip it. But I've had a number of runs that end up not using it at all, and I was wondering if I could skip it. It just never seems worth it because it's right there. It doesn't really make sense not to skip, unless you were to buy one later, which I think would technically be faster, but there would be probably around a 20% chance that you would need it before you get to the point where you can buy one. So that was something interesting that I want to skip it, but it just doesn't, it never makes sense to. Even if you're wasting like 3 seconds over like buying it later, that like 15-20% chance that you need it before that point is like just big enough that you would always grab it. So I remember I wasn't sure how fast this segment was, like as I was doing it. I'm pretty sure around this point I checked my timer, realized I was on a really good pace for this segment, and was pretty surprised because the scent nature wasn't very good. But I believe I flinched. I flinched Sunkern, I crit Cacnea, and yeah, well those are the big ones. And nothing went wrong. That was the big thing. That's a big theme with this run, is nothing will actually go wrong. I don't necessarily get incredibly lucky in a bunch of spots, it's just that nothing will really go wrong. I do know I get the flinch on the Swablu here. I don't even know if that's true, maybe it didn't. I feel like I got the flinch on Swablu. No, okay, fuck. Well, there you go, I don't even fucking know. I played this game, I don't even know what happened, so this is incredible. But yeah, I will... Maybe I'll have like a bite flinch tracker, that'd be funny. Because I know it's a big number. I'm just gonna have a counter for that now. Yeah, so I got Odor Sleuth there, which is good. It's 50-50 to use Psywave. Because it didn't use Psywave, I was able to not heal my Espeon on my way out. So yeah, I ended up with a low 34, which was surprising to me, considering my nature. But I got lucky in a couple battles, and nothing went wrong. So I was able to save decent time there. So these are my balance splits. Throughout the run, I'll be switching a little bit back and forth between balanced and PB splits. For the most part, it'll be balanced. The way I see my balance splits is that it's, instead of using like whatever my PB is at the time, which will have a bunch of really good segments and a handful of like poor segments, balanced really shows me what my pace is compared to like a theoretical good but not great run. So like a high 104 Lavrina is kind of maybe not great to other XD runners, but like I really have never gotten a great Lavrina time before this run. I will get a great Lavrina time in this run, but I had never really gotten one before, so high 104 was closer to my average, I'd say. I got a lot of 105s. I think my last world record had a 105. Like, I don't know. Oh no, it did get a 104 because I got really lucky on the Lavrina fight. But yeah, I had never really gotten a great Lavrina time, so 104.55 seems high, but it was okay for me. The order. We're only fighting one. This is the fastest one for us to fight. There's number 2. So this Hoot Hoot is a 50% to use Growl. If it uses Growl one of these 2 turns it has, you cannot 2-hit KO it with Teddiursa. So it's very important that it doesn't use Growl here, and it saves me probably 15 seconds from not using growl here. Besides the fact that its peck animation is significantly faster than its growl animation. But yeah, that's the only trainer that you can 2-hit KO both of his pokes pretty easily. And he's also one of only 2 of them that has only 2 pokes. The other one is Red 6, or Re6, whatever the fuck. But Re6 has a Houndour, which is difficult for us to knock out. Re6 also, or Houndour also does a lot more damage than Baltoy does. So that one's by far the easiest one for us to kill, or to do quickly. I'm just going to update the counter now because I know this one flinches. I remember this flinching. Get owned, Skitty. So for every bite flinch will save me probably 10 plus seconds. It saves me about 10 plus seconds every time it happens. Because it saves an entire move animation. It, on average, will save me probably over 10 seconds because it's saving me HP lost, which will, in almost every case, will save me from having to worry about healing items and stuff like that. So you might have seen there I used Refresh on Bear. You'll see that in a number of spots where if Espeon is going to KO something and Bear is going to do like nothing on that turn, as was the case there, I will try to use Reflect instead of or Refresh instead of an attacking move, because Refresh, you don't have to pick a target. So it's quicker to use Refresh than it is to use an attacking move if your Bear is going to do nothing that turn. I think I double up on it here, and I just use 2 refreshes. I think older notes will say to use Lick here. I believe it's faster to use Refresh. But yeah, this is what Doduo's a 7 and 8, and Taylor's a 13 and 16 to die to bite. I remember I was kind of annoyed here because Taylor did double QA. I don't remember if it doubled up on the Bear though. Oh, I did use Metal Claw. That's funny. So yeah, because this one's a 13 and 16, sometimes I'll use an attacking move, I guess. I thought I double refreshed here. I did hit both ranges though. Another benefit of that is that not using a return in this fight, so return PP gets kind of short through this segment because we don't refresh our PP for the entire segment. So not using a return in that fight, it almost guarantees that we have enough returns for the rest of the segment. There's a handful of spots through this segment where you can replace a return with a Metal Claw or potentially a Lick. Those animations are really slow. So what I ended up sort of settling on being the best way for me to do that was using a refresh in that fight and saving my PP there. That way I don't have to worry about using a slower move animation later. So I remember this didn't flinch, and this frustrated me because it fucking used Vice Grip. And that pissed me off. I believe they double up on SB here because it uses Clamp. Okay, well I was, oh that's right, that's what it was. It wasn't that the Taylor doubled up on me. I believe I potion in this fight because Teddy Ursa's already lost over 20 health. Like, I don't know, I felt, I didn't realize like how good this run was until probably Snaddle 1. I didn't realize that this run was like really, really good until that point. There's a lot of things that frustrated me in the early game. At this point I was very much worried about my potion count. I didn't feel great about it. Yeah, I just went out my way and used it here. That's something I got a lot better at with time, is just remembering what poke my cursor was on. So I didn't like have to check there, I just immediately used the potion because I knew the cursor was on bear. This fight is interesting because I never checked the damage ranges on it. I wonder if there's like a point where Teddiursa's attack is high enough that you can safely bite the Lilith instead of using Confusion and save that little bit of animation time. I've never seen anyone crit the Lilith before. Maybe I never will. But in my heart of hearts, I believe it will happen one day. Oh, I remember this crit SB. Or Teddy. Like, I was really concerned about my potion count during this segment. I was really worried. And I think it carried over into the XL segment where I was worried about my potion count a lot. You may see other runners click return there. So that's a 13-16, and if I miss it, I don't want to waste a return, basically. So it's basically a 3 and 16 for me to have to watch a lick animation. And at that point, who fucking cares, right? There's something funny I did after this fight. It's something I've considered in this run for a long time, and I wasn't sure at what point it would be worth it. At this point, I had the record. I felt okay telling myself, there's a revive chest down there. Normally, we would always get the revive chest. I think I just sort of reached a point where I said, if I die, the run dies. We're just gonna be deathless. Like, there's a handful of spots, a small handful of spots where if one of my pokes faints, it's not a big deal, and the revive is good. It's in so few places. I can only think of maybe 2 or 3. Only really 2, where I'm okay with that happening. But like, I already have the record. At this point, I was just like, just, I'm not going out of my way to grab the revive anymore. I believe this is the first run I ever did that skipped the revive. Because it was the first attempt I actually got going since I had the record. Gonna give this one an update because we all know what happens here. Get on Bozo. I think at some point during this run I ended up checking the speed range on Nummel. I want to say that Nummel at max IV speed neutral would have speed tied my Teddiursa. I didn't realize how favorable it was to outspeed Nummel. Because like I've been outsped by it a lot. More than I should have been, I feel like. But if you're actually following the stat requirements, you should probably be outsped. Maybe like 1 every 6 attempts-ish. Around there. Yeah, that's also why we do this fight in this order. So we get the level up before we give Nummel a turn. We could do it differently, but we want to have our level up for this. But yeah, like a level 17 Nummel needs so much speed to outspeed Teddiursa. It's really silly. If I recall correctly, this fight's only going to take 1 turn. I want to say Ryzekin's notes do this fight differently than I do. I want to say Ryzekin's notes kill the Snorunt first. Espeon is guaranteed to kill Boach. It can't one-hit KO the Snorunt, I believe. So my notes go out of the way to kill the Boach first. And I just got a lucky crit there, which is good. So I think after that I felt better about my potion count, because I think I had used 1 up to this point, and then I used 2 here. So I now have 3 potions left. Something funny about this run is that Teddiursa, I believe Teddiursa didn't pick up a single item this run. Which I think technically is faster, because there's so few items that Teddiursa can pick up that are useful, that if it doesn't pick up anything, like on average is probably better. But, you know, there's going to be rare occasions where it picks up hyper potions, super potions, X attack, even a nugget. Like, it can pick up good stuff, but it's so rare that I think not having it pick up anything sort of, like, helped me. So, if I recall correctly, I believe I went a little off script in this fight. I believe I was 1 hit away from dying for multiple turns in this fight. And I just decided that if I die, I die. So this Vanna, it's 70% to not flinch, then it's 50% to use an attacking move. So I got a little unlucky there. So yeah, this was the funny thing, was that Magnemite, no, Sonic Boom. and I decided that I will just stay at 20 health and not worry about it. I decided to just sort of take this risk that I won't get 1/6 by the Magnemite. It might be a 1 in 8. I believe this Magnemite has Screech, right? Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. It's at least a 1 in 6. Or, yeah. At most a 1 in 6. I wonder if I use Bite here on the Magnemite. No. I believe you can use Bite if you get a really high damage roll with Confusion. But then you're talking about potentially adding in a damage range just to save, like, 1/10 of a second, 1/8 of a second of animation time. Like, yeah, at some point it's just not worth it. Oh yeah, I used the potion in fight because I decided I didn't want to potion Espeon. So yeah, the whole potion count thing is just like, your potion count in this segment is generally like just enough to get through it pretty safely. But if any like one thing goes wrong, your potion count can really become an issue. Thankfully it was okay for me. I was worried about it at the beginning and it was fine. It wasn't great, but it was fine. It's sort of, though my potions worked out pretty well, and I was okay with it. So this Snubbull is a 3 and 4 range. I remember I missed it. And I ended up not being punished for it. But it is a 3 and 4. I was very upset when I missed it. Because if I missed it, or if it didn't get confused, I would have had to double up on Kecleon, or I would have had to not double up on Kecleon. I would not have been able to double up on Kecleon next turn, and so I would have had to watch the bind do damage to me again next turn. Thankfully it hit itself, and I can take it out this turn instead, so I don't have to watch it do damage to me at the end of the turn again. But yeah, I was very close to losing a lot of time on this fight because of that. I want to say this blitzes SB, because I think I used a super on SB at the end of this fight. And I was once again never punished. A bad fight turned into a good fight. Thank you, Espeon, for your service. But yeah, I think, so my Espeon, it's 15 IV Special Defense Rash. I remember just not being comfortable with it not being at full health for the next fight, so I think I went out of my way and used a super on it. Even though a potion would have left me almost full. Funny enough, I still don't know what the range on the Rhyhorn is. It's probably like a 1 in 8 to kill Rhyhorn in one hit. Never lucky. I want to say Murkrow used Peck twice, which is by far its faster move animation. It also does significantly less damage to Espeon. So, this fight went poorly in a couple ways, but it went well in a couple ways also. So I got the Mist Rhyhorn ranged. They split their attacks so I didn't have to heal here. And I believe I got a couple Pecks, which was significantly better than getting like 2 Pursuits or some shit. So, generally when this happens, what we do on this turn is we bite the Beldum. Slackoth is a range with Confusion. It's a very favorable range. I don't know what it is exactly. It's probably like a 3 and 4, something around there. What we do is we attack the Beldum because we go for the flinch on Beldum. And then we just let Slackoth do nothing next turn. Instead of giving the Beldum 2 turns, we give them each a turn here, because we have the 30% that the Beldum can't do anything. So because I just had this extra turn with Bear, I went for return on Slackoth. I think theoretically, on average, it would have been faster to use refresh here and then return next turn, because most likely I would have watched a refresh instead of a return. And then there's like a small chance that I would have had to watch the return anyway if I missed the Confusion range. This let me use Bite on it though, which is a faster animation than Confusion. But I still think theoretically, in aggregate, on average, using Refresh would have been faster. But yeah. So because I was sort of forced into using a potion mid-fight, you'll see me burn my last 2 supers here. I was very worried about my potion count, like again at this point. So it was not a big deal. I was worried about it at the beginning. Then the mid section of this segment went really well, and then the ending sort of had me use a couple extras, and I felt dumb about it. You'd really like to have a safety potion going into this fight. I'd say it was around this point I realized the pace I was on. I didn't realize I was on pace for like a really good 103 Lavrina here until around this point. Because I felt dumb about the last fight going poorly, so I sort of like checked my pace and I was like, oh, I'm actually on a lot better pace than I realized, because I had a couple lucky crits earlier. And the one range I missed on Snubble, and I ended up like sort of being bailed out. So this fight is sort of traumatizing to me. I don't really want to talk about what happened. I was very upset with the way this fight went. So the way we want this to go is we want them to split their targets such that both my pokes are above half health when these 2 pokes faint. And so I felt really good about it after the first turn, because they split their targets. Beautifly can't knock Espeon below half, and I thought that Beautifly could not knock Teddiursa below half. So my Teddiursa has 1 IV defense, and that Gust hurt. I was at a decent health. Gonna level up here, which will bring my health up more. But my bear is sort of in a scary spot where it's arranged to die to the Delcatty. So the Shadow Delcatty is 50-50 to attack each target. It picks a random target. And I felt okay about it because if it targeted SB, it can't kill. If it targets bear, it's a range. So I felt okay about it. And this one really made me upset. I was very upset about this. So Teddiursa dying. It's not a huge deal if you hit the ×2 confusion range on Delcatty, so it's not guaranteed to die to 2 confusions. It's very likely to. It means that we have to do an EXP fix later, and it will cost us a very important level up later. So I was very upset about it. I ended up with the best Lavrina time I've ever had before, like a mid 103, by far my best Lavrina time ever. It was incredible. I didn't realize I was on that good of a pace until the ending, but I was very upset because Teddy died. I think you'll see it here. I just like don't move right away. I was just so mad that I just stood there for like half a second. I was so mad. I just wasn't focused. I just stood there. So basically what I have to do later is on a certain Pokemon, I kill Espeon before I kill it. And it doesn't give me enough EXP to hit all my level ups on Bear, but it gives me enough EXP to hit level 30 on time, which is the most important level up on Bear. So there is an EXP fix for when that happens. It costs us friendship on Bear, lowers returns power. It costs us time, it makes the segment a bit slower. And it will cost me an important level up later. The EXP fix, depending on how lucky you get, isn't really slow. But it cost me a level up, which hurt me later, and was one of the very few things that went poorly in this run. So I ended up with a really good segment time despite the death, and basically you won't see the time repercussion of that death for another 45 minutes. Because Teddy died there, I will lose time in about 40 minutes on one fight later, because I'll be missing a level up for it. So yeah, this was the last spot to check if Teddy had picked up anything. Didn't pick up anything for the whole run. At the time, I was kind of disappointed, but I think it ended up saving me some time because I didn't have to check what it was holding. If it's holding stuff like Antidote, Paralyze Heal, any of its like most common pickup items, it wastes time because you're checking what it's holding, you're taking what it's holding, and if it's a useless item, it just sort of clogs up your inventory and makes menuing harder. So it ended up being good for me, I think, not having it pick up anything. I was in like a weird position here. I don't know if I like did this optimally. I think I might have left the snack there on my first try. I was in like a weird position. I think it kind of messed me up a little bit. Normally I'm more in the center. I'm like very much further to the left than I usually am here, and I think it made this weird on me. Yeah. It's a little awkward. I remember feeling weird about Return's power because I died to Caddy, so I was kind of worried about how much Return would be doing for this segment. I think it ended up being pretty good, but I was concerned about it at the time. Because the death only costs you 1 friendship point, but if I had been like unlucky on my step cycles up to this point and then it had like compounded with that, it might have turned into an issue for me, where I started missing ranges I should be hitting. Thankfully that didn't end up happening. That doesn't even look like a real bot message. What the fuck? I'm off these. What are you doing, buddy? So yeah, Teddy misses a level up in this fight until like the very ending. So I was lucky in that Teddy didn't get targeted at the beginning of this fight, because if it did, it would have taken more damage than usual and might have turned into a problem for me. I think it might have gotten double targeted here, because I feel like I used a super potion at the end of this fight. But like, thankfully it was only at the ending, so there wasn't really a chance of me dying. This is a funny thing, is that Juan keeps talking about how we don't have to win this fight. Theoretically, we could just lose it and it'd be like way faster. But his pokes are easy to kill. It gets us a lot of EXP. I'd say it's gonna be really, really fucking hard to push down or to beat this run without like an EXP reroute, because there are fights we know of that we can skip and we don't. There's some element of people aren't necessarily interested in looking into a reroute like that, but there's stuff like that that we could optimize. So this shop is funny because I believe I do this shop differently than anyone else does. I sell the Leaf Stone, Ryzekin's notes do not. I buy 7x attacks here, which I believe the max anyone else buys is 5. So, based on your speed stat, you either buy 2 or 3x speeds. I have a good speed stat, so I only need 2. The benefit of X attacks here, the extra X attacks, are besides the fact that X attacks will save me time in fights. Teddy is now holding the Soothe Bell for the next probably 2.5 hours. Every X item you use raises your happiness, raises your friendship. And with the Soothe Bell, we're getting even more of a benefit with that. It's a very small boost. I don't remember what it is. It might just be like one happiness point, but in a run like this where there's a lot of return ranges, these happiness points really can make a big difference. And I do go out of my way to buy a couple extra X attacks. I believe Ryzekin's notes don't grab the Leaf Stone. They buy fewer items. I go out of my way to pick up the Leaf Stone because it only costs a few seconds and it lets me buy these extra X items, which will speed up a couple fights and will boost my return power ever so slightly. So yeah, the reason I supered Teddy was because this thing's 50-50 to use Bite, and if it bites Teddy, it hurts. So I believe in this segment, I did something. I did something that if I were to do this again, I would have done it differently. But so to sort of explain what I'm going to be doing with in terms of Espeon's HP, you'll see at the end of this fight. Generally, in this segment, what we want to do, we want to carry high but not full HP towards the end of this segment. And the reason is because we're going to be dying at the end of this segment. and we want to be able to easily kill both our pokes at the end of the segment. So we carry high health to the ending, and hopefully we get knocked below half in the last fight of the segment, and then we can, both our pokes will hopefully die in one hit in the final fight. I was really hoping I could get away with just carrying Espeon's health to the ending. And I was wondering if there was some risks I could take with Espeon's health here. So Espeon takes this, gets crit, and is at 15 health. And I do something that, if I were to do this again, I would not do it the same way, which is I'm not going to heal Espeon's health. This leaves me vulnerable to dying in the next fight. And it was a risk that I decided I was okay with at the time, that I would not be okay with if I did it again. So you can see me there. I like stuttered with my return use because that was the point where I decided, okay, I'm not going to heal SB. I'm just going to go. Because I could have just used a super on SB. I could have been safe. I could have just... It's what I should have done. I should have used a super potion on Espeon. I was worried about my potion count. I was okay with taking the risk. I shouldn't have been okay with taking the risk. But I decided not to heal SB. So I believe Ryzekin's notes do not use this X attack. So this X attack, it does something funny in this fight. I believe what Ryzekin does is he 2-hits the Beautifly return. This X attack turns the Beautifly into a favorable one-hit KO. For me at 27 IV, I believe it's around 3 and 4. And then the Dustox with Confusion is about a 9 and 16. So the theory behind Ryzekin's route is that we're going to guarantee ourselves a KO on turn 2 instead of going for 2 ranges on turn 2. I got a crit, which is good. I believe I ended up missing the Beautifly range. I believe I'm speed tied with the Beautifly here also, and I think I lost the speed tie. Yes. So this targeted SB, and so my thinking here was SB could die if the Vulpix attacks, but if Vulpix attacks and SB dies, then Teddy would get full EXP from the Vulpix. And I don't know if that corrects the EXP. I do not think it corrects the EXP, but my thinking at the time was it could correct the EXP. So I took another risk I shouldn't have taken there, and wasn't punished for it. This, I believe, was the one time in the run where I did something that you could say is maybe objectively stupid. Because I would not do it again like that if I did it again. That was like my one moment where I should have been punished for something, and I was not. And so I didn't want to waste my potion, so I ended up just taking the heal machine here. It was, at the time, I felt okay about it. I should not have felt okay about it. It was very much a stupid thing of me to do. For some reason, every time that fight comes up, I always talk about the same thing. I always talk about how if you force the game into making a tough decision, the game will bend to your will. For some reason, that fight, like, always goes well for me. I don't know why. The game always sort of just bends to my will on that one fight in particular. And so, I basically need Espeon to take as much damage as possible in these next 2 fights. So, you'll see, I got lucky where my opponents were targeting Espeon here. I was really hoping to get a Sonic Boom on SB. I really wanted SB to be at really low health at the end of this fight. I wanted it to be like at a quarter of health, a third of its health. Really low health. It ended up not working that way. But like you can see here, it's at decent health. And you'll see I'll do something funny next turn in an effort to lower my health even further. So I've done something similar to this before. And it didn't work out for me. I tried something like it again, and it once again did not work out for me, so... Something about this fight, I just... this fight just goes weirdly for me. So I got turn 2 Reflect, which I had high enough attack to not worry about that, which is fine. Just wasn't a big deal. So I'm going to do something funny here, and it's not going to go as planned, but I'm also not going to get punished for it. This was, I felt, a fine calculated risk. I'm okay with doing this. This isn't some sort of weird strat that I shouldn't have done. I just wish it went over better for me. Maybe what I should have done was bit the Duskull and just let Mischievous do something. But yeah, I tried to Metal Claw myself. I just missed. Like, every time I try to hit Espeon with Teddy Ursa in this fight, it never works. The only 2 times I've tried it, I've missed Metal Claw and I've crit myself with Return. Like, it ended up being fine. This ended up going fairly smoothly, but I was very upset with that because I wanted to die in 1 hit going into the next fight. So it was around this point that I started worrying about the segment time. Because I'm going to lose time on this fight because of the EXP fix. And then, I think PB had a really good Exol, so I was worried about it. It ended up being a decent segment overall, because I got lucky with the moves that were used against me in general, and nothing went really poorly, so overall this went fine. It ended up being just fine. So I think the Flappy used Thundershock twice, and I was hoping it would attack the Espeon twice, basically. That was my hope, was that it would just hurt the SB. So I gave it 2 turns to attack SB, and it just didn't work out that well for me. And so, because the Flaffy didn't want to hurt the Espeon that badly, and because Espeon didn't take much damage last fight, I ended up resorting to something that I did not want to have to do, which is returning the SB. So SB is not at low enough health to die to a single return, which was the frustrating part. I wanted it to die to a single return, or die to Thundershock. It ended up dying to neither. Thankfully it died to the Shadow Wave, but I would have much preferred it died to the Shock, or died to the Return. That have Wave only hit 1 poke, that way it would hit Teddy for twice as much damage. Teddy would be at lower health going to the next fight, and I'd only have to watch half of that move's animation. It ended up not being terrible, but it didn't go as smoothly as I wanted it to. So that's part of the punishment for the caddy killing the Teddy earlier. We'll see more punishment of that later. Another frustrating part is that Teddy is now not at low enough health to die in one hit in this fight, which is annoying because it'll cost me like another 10 seconds here. So like I said, the segment didn't go poorly per se, but it didn't go well either. This is probably the worst single segment of the run. So I think I ended up flip-flopping my comparison between balanced and the record, just to see how much ahead I was. I think I'm about 20 seconds ahead of record at this point. So like, the run wasn't great, but I was ahead of record. I had the EXP fix done, and I probably, like, arguably have a better Teddy Ursa than record did. So I felt okay about it, but I still didn't feel great about it because some frustrating things had already happened. So I talked about doing a slightly different bunny route than other routes do. This ended up getting me just enough to be able to buy the TMs I need. Just barely. So I do buy the extra X items, but the money route works out fine because I pick up the leaf stone earlier. It ends up being okay. And if for some reason you're watching this and you don't know, that's a Hidden Power Psychic 70. Just for all the fake fans out there, we see you. Something interesting I did here was there's a hyper potion box below this house. I opted not to grab it. My thinking was if this segment went really well, I wouldn't need to grab it. I think I ended up grabbing it after the segment, which is like the same speed as grabbing it now. This just gives me the chance to not have to grab it if everything goes really well. But yeah, I think I ended up grabbing it anyway. So this fight is, so basically the route I use is Roflagon's Hidden Power Psychic route, and it incorporates a handful of things that Ryzakin added in his route. This fight is one of the big things, one of the big optimizations that Ryzakin implemented. Basically, with Hidden Power Psychic, the Snow Runt is a favorable range. I don't know the exact range because I don't have it in my notes. And because I just stole the fight idea. I didn't like go over it that much. It's fairly favorable. If you miss it, you lose a lot of time. If you miss it, this is slower than the alternative version of this fight that the old Hidden Power Psychic route uses. If you hit it, it saves a very significant amount of time. And, of course, I hit it this time. Yeah, if anyone doesn't know, Phoenix is range city. There's just a million ranges. So this Golbat's funny because it outspeeds Teddy, it knows Bite, and it can just flinch Teddy. It's only happened to me once or twice, but that's really frustrating when that happens. But yeah, as soon as we teach Hidden Power, you're going to see a lot of PP management. You're going to see it for the rest of the run. You've seen a little bit of it with return PP management, but like not really. This is when it's going to become like really significant. It's going to be really significant from this point onwards, because we take so few heals in this run. So you're going to notice we're going to have just enough hidden powers to make it through this segment, and that's going to be a recurring theme where we just have enough PP to make it through segments as the run goes on. So yeah, that's the reason why we're using Confusion in a bunch of spots here, in case you didn't know. I fucking am getting a phone call. I'm just gonna I'll be back, I guess. Okay, so this fight, sorry, look, it's fine. It's my mom. This fight is funny, because it can go really poorly. Go, so fake out, random target. Thankfully targets the bear. And then this turns frustrating because the Mischievous is a 5 and 8 to die, and the Sneasel uses double team, so it's 75% to hit the Sneasel, and I missed the Mischievous range, which is annoying. Thankfully, I hit the Sneasel. And then I was sort of left with an option on this turn of the fight, the third turn, where I can give either of these two pokes a turn. Because SP can kill either of them, Bear can kill either of them, so it's my option to pick which poke I'm giving a turn to. I decide to give the Mischievous a turn because it won't hit me for super effective damage. Worst case, it'll like side beam the Bear, I think, is the most damage it can do. But yeah, so this is the big repercussion of Teddy dying on Delcatty. Is I will not hit level 26 here. This is the big one that really hurt me. And so the next fight that we do, return for me is probably around it's going to be around a 7 and 8, 15 and 16 to kill Nuzleaf at level 26. It's going to be much worse at level 25. And then the Torkoal is a 9 and 16 to kill with Hidden Power. So if I hit the Torkoal range, I believe I'm Speed Tied with the Nuzleaf at this level. And so if I hit the Torkoal range, I will one-hit KO the Nuzleaf, and then I'll have 2 1-hit KOs turn 1. If I miss the 1-hit KO on Torkoal, Nuzleaf is a really unfavorable range with return, and I will most likely end up with the 0 KOs turn 1. And this is the punishment for getting KO'd by Delcatty earlier. This is where I lose time because of that happening. It wasn't a big deal earlier. This is the point where it becomes an issue. And so my EXP is skewed slightly towards Espeon more than it would be in standard route. Very slightly. Thank you, Sandy. I'm supposed to hit 26 before this. I hit it on the first level. It's fine. It ended up being okay because the Nuzleaf used Dig and wasn't like a troll or anything, because it has like Torment and it can be really annoying in this fight if you don't kill it immediately. Thankfully it used Dig, it didn't really do much, it just sort of wasn't a big deal for me. And I was able to kill them both fairly quickly here. So it went really poorly, but it went smoothly for as poorly as it went, if that makes sense, because it could have been so much worse. So an interesting benefit of the EXP being skewed towards Espeon is I level up here. Normally I would level up on the first KO of the next fight on Espe here. This will make a range more favorable in the next fight. So my potion count sucks at this point. I didn't care. I didn't want to take risks with my health at this point because that was sort of the end of my punishment for Catty killing Teddy. So I've suffered my time loss from that bad moment. The run's still good pace. I decided to just play it safe. So this fight differs a bit depending on Teddiursa's speed. If Teddiursa is either speed tides or outspeeds the Electric, you kill Electric turn 1 with Teddy. or no, you split your target's turn once, so you hidden power Pelipper and return electric. If you're slower than it, you kill you double up on electric, you kill it with hidden power, and return will kill the Spearow. So before my level up, which is standard, this is a 1 and 4, with the level up it's a 3 and 4, I still miss it, which was very upsetting to me. Now this was something weird where if I did it again, I'd probably do it the same. But I was very upset with how this played out here, because this Pelipper, I think it's a 1 and 4 to use Supersonic. Then it has to hit it, and then it has to hit the thing that is most important for me to attack with on this turn. And I just decided I'll hit through Confusion, and it worked. So I missed a 3 and 4, I got confused by Supersonic on my poke that I want to be hit by Supersonic less than the other. I hit through it and ended up not being a big deal, but it was very frustrating to miss the 3 and 4 and have that happen. I mean, yeah. We take advantage of a lot of small things to optimize the game to this point. This is also... this VOD is going to be showing me beating the game almost 3 minutes faster than anyone else ever has. So on top of that, just on the smaller scale, it's going to be a cool achievement in the sense that it's so much better than what anyone else has ever done before. So this Chimecho is a 9/16 to die, and I crit it, so it didn't matter. So this Stantler can be annoying depending on what it does. It has Screech, Astonish, and Tackle. So it can just like combo your bear and like Screech tackle it and do a ton of damage. I got away without too much damage in this fight, which is cool. Anytime you knock out the Chimecho turn 1, it's a good fight, so... The funny thing about the AI in this game is that, I don't think I've mentioned this before, it picks a random move and then it picks a random target for the bad AI. The good AI picks its best move and then randomizes its target. A funny quirk about that is that you've seen a couple of spots Astonish is used. It can't use a move that doesn't affect a target. So if you ever see it use a ghost move, it will always target the Espeon, because it can't pick a ghost move and then roll a target it doesn't affect. That's like the only quirk of the AI that prevents it from being really bad. So yeah, you ever see Astonish, or you ever see a ghost move, it's targeting the SP. It never pops up in a meaningful way in this run, which is why I think I never talk about it. But yeah, it is just a weird quirk of it. Okay, this fight is funny to me because I feel like we should theoretically be able to do this fight in a different way. The way we do it is we fake Tears the Seal to guarantee a kill on it. Because it's a shadow, generally what we do with shadows is we take the safest way to KO them. I think in most cases you should be able to return plus hidden power and the animations would work out to be slightly faster, and in some scenarios you'd be able to crit it with return and maybe kill it. I understand why we do it the way we do. It's one of those things that I wonder if we could just do differently without being a big issue. So I believe I will use a super potion on Espeon here. You have a free turn here to heal either one of your party members, and so I took the option of healing my Espeon because it's at lower health. You want to have high health on both pokes going into the next fight, because we give the opponent a lot of turns to do damage. So, the way I do this fight is, I believe it's the same way Ryzekin does this fight in his route. Is not the way it was done in the original Hidden Power Psychic route, which is that we're going to use an X attack on Teddiursa here. I don't know if it's faster, but it saves us a range at the very end, and it lets us 2-hit KO the Quagsire instead of 3-hit KO in the Quagsire. So, yeah, the funny thing, if you ever wondered why we buy a guard spec in this run, it's for this fight only, because Quagsire is, I believe it's 50-50 to use Rock Tomb? Maybe not, that's not how that works. The AI here is really weird. It'll use Rock Tomb unless, like, it can kill something with Slam or something really dumb like that. Because it has Slam and Ice Punch. It won't use Ice Punch unless Ice Punch does more than Slam does. So it will almost always use Rock Tomb and Slam, but it will pretty much always choose to use Rock Tomb, and I don't really know why. I think like there's something in the AI that like prioritizes Rock Tomb over its other moves because it has like the lowering speed effect. It's very bizarre. I don't know the exact specifics on that, but it basically favors Rock Tomb because of its secondary effect. So both my pokes ended up at pretty low health here, and something that happens at the end of the fight is we're going to give one poke at the end of a fight a turn to do damage. And so you will see later I will potion, I think I potion Espeon at the end of the fight because Espeon is like barely in kill range to a Metal Claw from Metang. So you'll see me use a potion on Espeon at the end of this fight. I talked about PP management earlier. That hidden power on Lantern was our last hidden power. So we have no more hidden powers for this segment. And we end up just barely having enough PP on Espeon to get through this. Thankfully +1, or +2 confusion kills the cast form here. So in the old Hidden Power Psychic route, the return plus bite on Metang here is like a 60-something% range. The X attack guarantees that this kills. So I ended up losing about a minute over my gold. It was a fine segment overall. I basically only really lost time on the Nuzleaf Torkoal fight. Everything else went really smoothly, so I was okay with it, even though one thing went wrong. But yeah, so the two worst segments of the run, I would say Exol and Snaddle. Exol and Snaddle 1 were definitely my two worst segments of the entire run, and they still went pretty smoothly. I said this earlier, somebody asked me if there was like any segment that was like below a B in this run. I said no. Snaddle and Exol are probably like B's, and everything else is like an A, maybe higher. Like, everything just went so well. That's not true, there's one more B later. We'll see later, like way later, but like, this just, like, almost everything went so well that those two are probably the two worst segments, and they still went really well. They're two of the most finicky segments in the entire. Yeah, so true, honestly. But because those two segments are so finicky, even with a little bit of time loss in both of them, it went well. It didn't go poorly at all. Those were definitely the two segments I was most frustrated with. And just the repercussions of Teddy dying to Delcatty sort of cost me in each of them. So yeah, I ended up grabbing the hypers after the segment. It's not. I think it might technically be barely faster to grab them after than before, but like I said earlier, if the segment went really well health-wise, I would have had the option to skip them. I think I only had one super potion left, so I ended up just grabbing them because I want at least two for the next segment. I think I messed up one of the map menus in this segment. Or like didn't mess up, but I did it like slightly slower than I should have. I think one of the cool things I found out was how to sort of optimize my map menus, which is good. It was probably something I should have learned earlier, but I feel like it's not really written down anywhere, directions you hold to do your map menus properly. So I sort of ended up slowly figuring out the best way to do them. Okay, funny story. I think it's theoretically like 1 or 2 frames faster to use the heal machine on your way down. I think it might just be the same, but I think theoretically it should be like a frame faster or a couple. I think it was my menu to the SS Libra that I did poorly. It's either my menu to or from the SS Libra I think I did kind of slowly. I don't know why I remember that, but I remember doing it and feeling really stupid about wasting like half a second doing it wrong. Bro, that man doesn't know I'm gonna end his entire career in like 2 hours. Oh, Helio, don't talk about those. We'll have those later. I don't know if I equip the EXP share later than anybody else does. I don't know where other people would equip it. I don't know where the step cycles happen, so I just equip EXP share like as late as possible. No, I missed one hyper beam. I won't tell you where. I missed one. It wasn't a big deal, but I did miss one. So, when I was asked to recall what went wrong in this run, I could think of 3 things. The one was Delcatty killing Teddy. Number 2 is going to be something that happens in the next fight. It went wrong, but it could have been so much worse that I can't really complain about it. But it was frustrating at the time. Thanks, man. I was trying to figure out the best way to do this text box here. I didn't do it poorly, but it's very uncomfortable to like mash A to talk to him and then mash B to for the actual text box. So, I think the old world record was flinched by the Gyarados on turn 1. So Gyarados is 50-50 to use Bite or Thrash. I would say the best outcome is if it uses Bite on SB, because it's slower than SB, Bite does less than Thrash on SB, so it can't flinch SB. Generally, like, you want Teddy to take damage, but unless you can survive 2 Thrashes, you don't want it to Thrash you turn 1. Thankfully I hit through the Bite, which is good. So this is where it just starts back up. So I don't know. Like I said, it could have gone worse, but this was one of the 3 things I could think of that went wrong. This fight, it didn't go that poorly, but it's very frustrating. I was very frustrated with how it ended up. So my decision after that first flinch was I will 2-hit KO the Gyarados with Hidden Power, I will fake Tears of Tropius, and 2-hit the, and then 1-hit the Tropius. I wanted to leave the Gyarados alive because you want to take damage from the Gyarados, and then it flinched me again, so... So I ended up sort of really unlucky here. Turn 3, or like this turn here ended up well because it ends up using Stomp on Teddy, which is good. Because I want Teddy at low health at the end of this fight. And it ended up being at a good health for me. It ended up being a little bit sketchy. But it worked out in the end, so... I'll talk about it more as it gets closer to happening. But I ended up doing... I went a little off script in the next fight we do. But yeah, so the Teddy fainted on Delcatty, so we killed SB before we killed Shadow Ralts, and that gives me just enough EXP to still hit my Evo. I don't know how much you hit that level by. All I know is that it always works because I think that's been in like XD 90% notes like forever. Ever since I think we deposited Teddy at Mount Battle, that's been like the EXP fix if you die to Delcatty. It's good because it's a fairly easy one to do. You don't have to get too lucky to make it happen. And it doesn't punish you too badly. So for me, I got punished because I missed level 26. There's a whole menu there: Hyper Beam onto Ursaring, Soothe Bell onto Ursaring, EXP Share onto SB. But yeah, I was punished a bit earlier, but the 26 level miss is like the big thing about that EXP fix. Is you're gonna miss 26, but you'll hit 30, which is the important one. Is this the fucking map menu that I did poorly? I know I did one poorly. I felt really dumb about it. It wasn't even. Which one did I do poorly? God damn. I'm gonna be on the edge of my seat until it happens. Also, hi Joey. Sorry. I know I messed up one of the map menus. I felt so dumb. Okay, there's a damage sheet for XD. I don't use it. It's only relevant in very few spots, I feel like, so I just don't use it at all. At some point in this segment, I frantically opened it to see if I could find out if Ursaring would live a confusion from Espeon here, and I decided I couldn't, so I used Bite on Ursaring, because it was the only move I had that could safely damage me without knocking myself out. And thankfully I wasn't punished for it. I looked at the numbers, I decided that was my best chance of doing this fight successfully. And it worked, so. The fuck is this? Oh my god, I accidentally went on my For You on Twitter. What the how'd I do that? This is tragic. I mean, I don't use Twitter, sorry guys. I don't have a Twitter account. Anyway. I think you can jump down that ledge on the stairs there. I think it's technically faster if you don't go around the stairs like I do. I've never tried it. I feel like I should know that. Okay, so in my All Snags run, which was the last XD run I had done before this, I fucked up the Bonsai thing for the first time in my life. So I played it a little safe here, because that All Snags run scared me into doing this not as safely as possible. I want to say I didn't hold down left here. Yeah. Cost me like a quarter second. Well, now I have no idea what map menu I messed up. What the fuck? This is tragic. Okay, so I got the double flinch on Robogroudon. So I wasn't really sure how fast this segment would be. It ended up fine. I don't know. It didn't hurt me that badly, but it was very much frustrating because of how unlikely it was. It ended up not being so bad because it gave me a good health setup into Smart and Skip, so it ended up being fine. But it could have been better. It was, like I said, that was one of the 3 things I remember going wrong in this run, and it ended up not being that significant at all. So ended up being totally fine. I don't know if anyone has an explanation for this. That Zangoose will like always target Ursaring, and I have no clue why, because I think it shouldn't. I don't know why it does that. Something about that Zangoose just like always hits the Ursaring. I've never seen it not. I think it can, but I've never seen it happen. So I don't know. Yeah, it ended up being really good, even with the double flinch. I think that ended up becoming a bit of a theme for me, because in the old record, I was flinched turn 1 on Robogroudon, and so I got the Sunny Day, but then I had perfect skips in that also. So it ended up sort of covering it. So this was funny. I don't even know if it's faster. I don't think it's faster to talk to him from the top. I think it's funnier, so I just did it anyway. I think it's funny. I don't think it should be faster, but I think it's funnier to talk to him from above, so I did it anyway. It's also easier to talk to him from above because talking to him through the desk there for some reason is really weird. Like, his hitbox for talking to is awkward through the desk, so I just went above because it's easier to do. I have no idea if that's faster or slower. It's just easier. That? I fucked up that. That's why I fucked up. That was it. I might have fucked up another one, but that was it. You're supposed to hold down right there, and it goes under Real Gam and straight to Phoenix. And I fucking held right, so it didn't fucking. Oh, I'm fucking mad. I'm a fucking fraud. So like I said, I did miss one Hyper Beam. I will not tell you where it happens. I know, I don't even know the exact fight it happened on. I know which one of 2 fights it happened on. I don't know which one specifically it happened on. I know where it happened. I don't remember which exact fight it happened on. I'll probably realize it when I'm on the fight. So this is probably my favorite thing that is in Ryzekin's route that isn't in the old route, which is buying super potions here to maximize your money and your potions. So I buy 6 here, 9 hypers, gives me a couple extra potions for the same amount of money. And then I fucked up talking to Hordell, so who cares, I suck. I don't think anyone grabs Shadow Togepi in the year 2023 of our Lord, but if anyone grabs a Shadow Togepi, make sure to bully them. I don't know the last time I grabbed Shadow Togepi. I probably haven't grabbed Shadow Togepi since I had like a 440 in this game. Since like my first 2 or 3 attempts. It's just... if you die and you send out Togepi, you have to like rely on the opposing AI randomly killing Togepi if you don't want your EXP to be messed up. Whereas there's some situations where if you don't have it, you can just revive and your EXP won't get fucked up. The only benefit I can think of actually using Shadow Togepi is if you die on Greevil. But like if you die on Greevil, you're sort of mega fucked anyway. Like it's good if you're learning the game. Other than that. So yeah, this isn't funny hidden power range, that's a 13-16 I believe. I believe the only hidden power range I missed was Torkoal in the entire run. Oh no, I missed the Pelipper too. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I missed 2. I'm a failure. I'm a fraud. Cursed run. So I talked about being worried about my potion count a bit earlier. I ended up grabbing this safety potion box. I think I might be okay with just grabbing that always. Your potion count can become tight, and I think like taking that like for 3-4 seconds just to guarantee you're not gonna run out of potions, like it's very rare that would not be worth it, I think. So yeah, that's gonna be the final moveset on Espeon. Psychic over Confusion. So now we have Hidden Power Psychic 70, Psychic, Bite, and Sand Attack, which we will never use. Sorry for all the Sand Attack fans. There's our first Psychic. I've talked about the PP management a bit. Earlier way at the beginning we saw it with Teddy Ursa. We saw a segment where we ran out of hidden powers and our PP was tight. This segment we're going to see it on both of our pokes, where both our pokes will come really close to running out. PP management's one of the more interesting things about this run, I feel like. But if you're not paying attention to it, you probably wouldn't realize it's happening. So, I'd say more so in the older Hidden Power Psychic route. These next two fights are pretty raw. We're basically going to be counting on a trio of return ranges from Ursaring. My attack stat on this is high enough that all three of them, I think, are at least 7 and 8. I never went back and double checked, but they're all super, super favorable for me at this attack stat. But I believe none of them are guaranteed. And that Gloom was the first one of 3. I got the Spit F drop on the Fortress. Okay, this is number 2. That's the big one, is the Mantine. About the Fortress Spit F drop, I was wondering if I could risk using a Bite on Fortress. I ultimately decided against it, but I felt like I probably could have done it. This was scary. I think it's 50-50 to use Spikes and Body Slam. And obviously I don't want to get paralyzed by Body Slam, so you just hope for Spikes. I think Body Slam without paralysis is technically faster than the Spikes animation is. I'm not certain about that. They're pretty close, so it doesn't really matter, but it ended up being fine. So a big reason this fight can go wrong is because turn 1, we're giving the Electro to turn 2 Spark. If it paralyzes either poke, it's an issue. I would say if it paralyzes Ursaring, it's less of an issue, because you could, in theory, try to get away with just hitting through it, even though you probably wouldn't ever do that. So I don't know why I'm mentioning it, but didn't get paralyzed, so yeah. I want to say nothing in this segment actually went wrong. The segment was pretty close to perfect, it ended up being. This Vileplume, I think technically it should be a 15-16. It might just be guaranteed at my attack. I think technically it's just barely not guaranteed. So I guess I didn't really mention this in terms of PP management. The reason PP management is so important is because Hidden Power is by far faster than our other Psychic move animations. So we want to use Hidden Power as often as possible without running out, basically. The Hidden Power on Espeon is Hidden Power Psychic 70. Yeah. So we're using as many of them as possible to save animation times, and we have to preserve them for when we need them. So there's like sort of a dichotomy with them. We're trying to save them, but we're also trying to use them as often as possible. So I lost about 10-ish seconds on my gold, which mostly just from small stuff out of my control. It was a really good segment overall. I'm gonna pull up the record VOD to see how far ahead I was of record at this time. I thought I'd show it more often in my splits, but apparently not, so I'll just find it. This one's the record VOD. Really close to it, yeah. So world record had a 2:40:41 Gonzap. So I am 1 minute 55 seconds ahead of the record right now. The funny thing is that Record's PP management ended up being a little different because if you have really high attack on Ursaring, you can exchange a couple Hyper Beams with return uses. And the reason you want to do that is because you're taking out the risk of missing the move. It also has a faster move animation, that's less important. But it makes the PP management harder. So, Record, I think, ended up using a Hyper Beam on Carvana here because it used a return on Mirabee's Ludicolo. The additional benefit of using that Hyper Beam here instead of there is that I have to use one anyway, which is why I'm mentioning it at all. So basically, I use it here in the Record instead of on Ludicolo because Ludicolo was guaranteed at that attack, and this one saves me the rough skin, and also it means I don't have to select a move with Ursaring here, so it saves me a tiny bit of time there also. So there are slightly different ways to do the PP management depending on your stats also. And finally, a run where we don't teach Psybeam to Espeon. It's beautiful. One day we won't teach Psybeam to Espeon and Kala, I truly believe. Kala, you're more underleveled, you need the coverage. Especially with Tai. Theoretically, you could do Psychic with, like, Croc or something. But, like, you need the coverage with Tai because Tai can only kill certain things. Like, how are you supposed to kill, like, Dakim 2 Claydol? You know? We don't have bite on Espeon. Poor little guy. I think I really like the PP management in the new Caller route. Maybe I shouldn't talk about it because it's a different fucking game, but the new Caller route skips 3 ethers and then keeps Psybeam for the whole run. And so the old route has Psychic Return, Hidden Power, Protect. The new route has Psybeam, Psychic, Hidden Power, Protect. And it's because Psybeam helps our PP management way more than Return does. And so we skip 3 ethers, we skip Menuin because of it, and yeah, the PP management is a lot different, and I think it's more interesting because there's more actual management of it. I don't know why, I really enjoy PP management because then it's like this whole element of routing into the game, whereas like old Colorado is just like use an ether here. But like maybe you don't have to use it yet because maybe you have some extras. It's like, oh, okay, man, whatever. That's one thing I enjoy more about XD is that the PP management is very specific and it's the way it is for a reason, and I like it. I encourage you to try to see how many PP we have for Hidden Power and Return on turn 1 of this fight. So this is our last return. Good work, Helio. This Murkrow is such a troll. It never wants to use Haze. I don't even know if it knows Haze. That was our last return, and this is our last hidden power. We have 0 hidden powers, 0 returns, and 1 Hyper Beam. I really like how it's done in this route. Oh, I'm excited for the fight after the next fight. I did something very cheeky. I went off script on the fight after the next fight. And I felt very good about it. And it ended up working for me. And I was very happy with it. Although it's one of those do as I say, not as I do situations, because what I did, how you say, like an uncalculated risk, perhaps. It'll be great, but I wouldn't write it down in any note document. So I very much enjoy the way this fight is done. I think it's really funny. We basically burn an X speed, not even really because we have to. More so because the first 2 turns of this fight, Ursaring can't fucking do anything. So like our best option is to just use the X speed because Ursaring has nothing better to do in the first 2 turns. It's really funny to me. Ursaring just can't reliably kill any of the first 3 pokes that pop up in this fight. Well, they're pretty high level. You know, what was that Swallow at 27? You know. Thankfully, Ursaring can very easily kill the final 2 pokes in this fight. And here's what the X speed was for. I'm also a big fan of the bite uses throughout this segment to help with the PP management. Bite's a fast animation, so it's good to use whenever you can. We get some good opportunities to use it here, which I enjoy. Okay, this next fight is going to be a treat. Okay, this is mostly unrelated. Well, whatever. I don't know why I'm saying that. I don't need to preface what I fucking say. Who cares? I don't know if it's faster to go over the stairs or under the stairs. I went under. I think it should be faster to go under. Okay. So, what the notes say to do on this fight. This fight's frustrating to route because the Furret and the Togetic no follow me. I believe it's a 1 in 4 for each of them to do it. And so the notes just have us kill the Furt and the Togetic turn 1. So that we have no issues with that. We wrote that out completely. I took some creative liberties here. It wasn't a good speed range for me to outspeed the bee. But I felt okay taking the chance on it. Ultimately, it did not work out. And so the reason we don't do this is because it's now a 1 in 4 for the Togetic to use Follow Me. And if Togetic uses Follow Me, then you double target the Togetic here because Psychic doesn't kill the Togetic. So now you're short of Psychic PP, and the fucking Pidgeotto's alive. And Pidgeotto uses Shadow Panic, which confuses both pokes on the field. So that's why we don't do this. And it's why you shouldn't do it. But also, we went off script, we got the 2-turn. And I believe this is the Hyper Beam I missed. Yes, it is. There's that 1 beam. So this segment, you have 1 extra Hyper Beam. And so I didn't want to lose any other PP. I think theoretically I could have done like a Bite plus a return, but then I might have had to worry about that later. So that was my 1 beam miss. And I took a gamble on that fight and it ended up working. I believe Togetic does have Serene Grace in this game. I'm not certain. Also, that's a specific... Does Togetic have multiple abilities in Gen 3? I have no idea. Let's find out. Excellent question. I have no idea. We usually don't give it a turn. Hustle, that makes more sense. I think it can have either one. I'll just check the sheet to see what its ability is. Nothing interesting happened in this fight. I'll find it. Trainer sheet? Trainer info. Togetic, where are you, buddy? Togetic. Oh, the Togetic's a 50-50 to Follow Me. Wait, so is Furret. They're both 50-50s. That's why we don't do what I did, by the way. It's not worth doing what I did. These don't have abilities. Why don't these have... Oh, this is tragic. We'll find it, we'll find it. Oh, these don't have abilities either? Oh no. Oh, I have to have an XD sheet that has the abilities. I bet this one does. I have 3 XD sheets, there's no way one of them doesn't have the ability. Togetic. Where's your ability, buddy? It really doesn't show abilities. Yeah, so anyway, here's some use of the super potions. Healing without having to burn hypers is helpful for me. So whenever I can, I'll choose to use a super over a hyper, just because the hypers are more useful later than they are now. I have 3 XD sheets. There's no way none of them have abilities. I have no idea what it is. Doing what I did is definitely not worth it. It was a risk I decided to take, and I just lucked into a good outcome. Like I said, do as I say, not as I do. Bro, I have 3 XD sheets and none of them have abilities on them. Every color sheet has abilities, that's so weird. Not every color sheet. The one I use has abilities. So I expect at least one of the 3 XD sheets would. We'll never know. Oh yeah, Noctowl missed. I think it was takedown. It missed takedown. So I didn't get the bite punch, but it missed, which is like just as good. So I want to say Psychic is technically like a really unfavorable range on Noctowl, and the reason we don't go for it is PP management purposes. Mirror Radar. Mirror Radar, my beloved. I mean, I don't care that much. Considering it did a decent amount, it probably is just hustle. Like I just thought the sheet would tell me. So this is funny. I've been considering if this Ninetales hits Bear with Ember and it burns, you should be able to skip the Hyper Beam on a Azumarill by using Return instead because you have Guts Boost. I have a vision of one day performing this incredible feat. Simply not today. I've wondered if you get burned there, if it'd be worth it to just carry the burn for like a fight or two just to have the Guts Boost. I think in theory you could, and it wouldn't be that bad. Because then you could like return the or the Wobbuffet. You would probably one-hit KO Hitmontop. Like with Intimidate, like there'd be these benefits that I think we don't know about, or like that aren't written in, that would be like really interesting if you did get that burn. Anyway, this is one of the funnier shadow ranges. My notes tell me it's over 95% to kill, but my experience tells me it's closer to 75% to kill. Anyway, it's dead, so who cares? Yeah, there's a handful of like just because shadow pokes have random stats, there's a handful of spots where if a shadow has like a plus special defense nature, I'll kind of get owned a little bit. I'll kind of just get dunked on. There's a lot of chances for it to happen. So I think on average it'll happen once or twice in a run. You'll just miss a shadow range, and it is what it is. Probably on average you'll miss like 2. So this Wobbuffet is really funny. It has Counter Mirror Coat, Destiny Bond, and Encore. So it's 50-50 for this fight to go perfectly. It's 75% for this fight to go well. And then it's like, what, a 1 in 8 that it uses Encore on Bear, and you're just locked into fucking fake tears. Like... So it's very unlikely for this to go wrong, but it can. That Wobbuffet can just troll you. Also, I accidentally pressed A on the /T choopsie. Fake world record TBHIMO. This is a funny one. I don't think I've ever missed this range, but the Psychic Plus Return is not guaranteed to kill Magneton. I don't think I've ever missed it. I think the only way it'd work if it was like high SPDF, high HP, and then high defense with like a high plus defense nature, but the plus defense nature can't be lax. It'd have to be like so specific in order to survive. So this was a funny fight. Well, I say that. If you didn't know better, you wouldn't realize anything's happening. So the normal strat we do here is we Psychic the Golduck and we 2-hit the Hitmontop with Return. If you outspeed the Golduck, you flip your targets. You hidden power the Hitmontop and you double return the Golduck. And the reason for that is Hitmontop knows triple kick. So Hitmontop can just luck into doing a ton of damage on Ursaring. And so if you outspeed the Golduck, it's safer to kill the Hitmontop with Espeon instead. I outspeed the Golduck by 1 speed point. And so this isn't faster, but it is safer. Maybe it's technically faster because you're using a hidden power instead of a psychic? Maybe. So I don't think I mentioned it when it happened. We took the EXP share off of Espeon after Gonzap. And you'll see how the EXP route sort of works itself out after the next fight. So we had a small hiccup in the EXP route earlier. We fixed it. And then we'll sort of be applying the finishing touches to our EXP route after the next fight. Thankfully the shadows in this area all die pretty easily. Oh, I missed a second one. I don't even remember that. I straight up forgot that one. I unironically completely forgot that. I missed a second beat. The fuck? I erased that from my mind. That straight up, I just forgot that happened. That's incredible. Anyway, you guys all know what TM26 is, I don't have to tell you. You guys are smart. Yeah, so I sort of messed up this fight, almost. I don't know. I feel like maybe I just wasn't completely focused. I think I did that 2 or 3 times where I did like the beginning of a fight a little slowly, because I just wasn't sort of focused. Obviously it's not a big deal, but it's one of those things that is just kind of embarrassing when it happens, because I feel like I'm good enough to not have those happen. So it's frustrating when it does pop up, even though it's not actually a big deal. And I did it again here. I'm just gonna give myself an excuse and say that I was watching Sparkle do a run because Sparkle was live at the time, and I had his stream on in the background. So blame him for my poor execution, TBH. That was like the one bad one. I don't do it that badly again anywhere else. I think I almost mess up a fight, or like I mess up Espeon's target in one other spot later, but I think that's it. So Espe hits level 41 here. That's the other important part of the EXP route. So the reason the EXP route is the way it is we hit 30 on Ursaring, on Robo-Groudon, and we hit 41 here on Espeon. And then we candy Espeon here, which is why the EXP route's the way it is. We give the EXP share to Espeon here. And so Espeon will be holding that for the rest of the run. Now, Ryzekin's route does something interesting at the end of Gorgon. I believe it uses an Earthquake to kill Espe, give extra EXP to Bear, and then regains that EXP on Espeon later, basically. It does, his EXP is slightly different. I think theoretically his is more optimized than this one is. But I like the way this one works, and this one is easier to work with, it's easier to manage, so I'm okay with just using this one over his. And as far as I know, he doesn't really gain any extra beneficial levels. He might make a couple things slightly less dangerous, but nothing significant that I know of. So yeah, Ryzekin has like some more variants. There's some things that he does with the EXP that's dependent on your stats. But yeah. I'm checking his Gorgon notes so that I can see where we do it differently. I didn't realize his Gorgon fight's very, very different than the one I'm going to do. Yeah, I remember I got crit by the Ursaring there. I was very angry about that. I didn't like that. It was very rude of the bear to do. I was going to go into the next fight at the EXP that, or at the HP that I was at, and just sort of gamble that I wouldn't die, which is fairly safe because I'd have to get outspent by Hypno and get hit by Iron Tail, which is like a very, very small percent overall. So I was okay with just going in a little over half. And then I got crit there, so I think I ended up using 2 supers on SP. I'm used to the supers being at the top of the heal menu, because that's where they are if you don't run out earlier in the run. They'll just still be at the top. Sort of just did my menu awkwardly because of it. So yeah, this is interesting what Ryzekin does. Anyway, I'm going to ask you to pay attention to the PP of our pocket monsters here, so you can see how the PP management is worked through this segment. That's 2 of Hidden Power, 2 of Psychic also. So Ryzen doesn't X attack skip here. Basically, what happens that he does differently is he doesn't use the X attack, and then he does his fight in a way that he'll use an earthquake that kills Espeon. And this will give Bear extra experience, and then that Bear experience will get Bear an extra level up later and help him on some fights later. The version I use is the version that's in the original Hidden Power Psychic route. Uses 2 X items, does his fight more safely, and sort of keeps the older XP route intact, instead of getting an extra level up on Bear. So yeah, I'm losing some time off my gold here, but not a ton. I ended up losing probably 40 seconds off gold, like a decent amount, but like it was still a good segment overall. I missed the 2 hyper beams, which is where this time loss is coming from. Other than that, everything went really smoothly. Even the 2 hyper beams happened in places that didn't really punish me too much. So the segment was fine overall, but the 2 beam misses were not great. So yeah, I just checked against record there. I'll just check the record video to see how much ahead I am. Records, Gorgon was 3:14:30. So I am ahead by about a minute. And so, this is a little spoilery. I don't think anyone would care. The next fight I do is going to go poorly. And then everything from that point on, except for one tiny thing, is going to go literally perfectly. And so I say I'm about a minute ahead of the record. This run is going to finish almost 3 minutes ahead of the record. And it's because everything after the next fight, with the exception of one tiny thing, is literally going to go perfectly. Maybe this was the map menu I messed up. Did I do this one wrong? I did, that was it. That's the one I'm thinking of. That was it. I'm supposed to hold up left. I held left, and so I had to pick an extra cursor on my way to Gadion. That was the one I was remembering. I can't believe it was this late into the run. I was so mad about that. I was like I was unreasonably angry that I did that. It's such a stupid thing to mess up. So, another thing that this rat does differently than Ryzen's has some like alternative fights. Some fights you can do slightly differently depending on your stats and your EXP. This route's a bit more constant, so technically his is like a little more optimized in certain ways depending on your stats, depending on your EXP, depending on how you do certain fights. You can do certain things slightly faster, you can do certain things slightly differently. I'm more comfortable with the fights being constant, even if in a couple spots it could be slightly slower. That's just how I do it. So, Roth, correct me if I'm wrong, I was informed that every world record besides one since like what, 2017 has hit duck flip. Okay. As you know, I'm very much a trendsetter. This is the home of innovation for a reason. So, it's about 59% to kill this Golduck with a Psychic. The funny thing was I didn't even come particularly close to killing it with the Psychic. That's how it goes. And of course it used Shadow Mist instead of attacking, because it wanted to waste as much time as humanly possible. The world record in the year 2023 of our Lord missed duck flip. This is tragic. Ryzekin actually has a different backup for this if you miss the range. Ryzekin has you bite the Golduck and fake Tears the Sableye. I have no idea what the Sableye uses though. So I'm okay with this backup. I don't know. I don't have much to say about this. This sort of speaks for itself, I feel like. Of the three things I mentioned that I remember that went wrong, Teddy died to Delcatty. I flinched twice on Robogroudon, and I missed Duck Flip. I missed 2 Hyper Beams. I'd say average is missing 1. I think the last world record missed 0. It's one of those things where in XD, you're always going to be unlucky somewhere. That's funny, Helio. I'll talk about that in a sec. So, you're always going to get unlucky somewhere. You just need to get unlucky in spots that doesn't completely fuck you over. Thankfully, the duck flip miss was the worst of the worst. Nothing in this run that happened came close to as bad as that was. Nothing. Nothing came as close to being that bad. That was by far the single worst thing that happened in this run. By far, it's not even close. And it wasn't even that bad. So about the Earthquake crit thing, in the last record, I was on my very last Earthquake use. As I was selecting it, I said some of the dumbest shit I've ever said in my life, which was, I have never finished a run without critting myself with Earthquake. And of course I said it as I was using Earthquake. I don't have to tell you what happened. Thankfully I survived. I'm a dumbass for that one, I'll be real. That was just me being a fucking idiot. That was a clown move on my part. Even mentioning that was fucking stupid of me. thankfully no light screen there. I've seen light screen too often here. It frustrates me. I don't like it when it uses light screen. It makes me angry. This guy is never close to me. This guy is always the furthest away from me as possible. I don't, like... I'm pretty sure he can be close to you when you enter the room. He's always at the very back of that room. He's just, like, that guy just loves trolling me. I think Ryzekin's route uses hidden power on the core slug, because I think his Espeon might be a level lower. I'm not certain about that. I think his Espeon here is 44, so he hidden powers the core slug instead of the Baron. Okay, so the thing about talking to this guy is I line myself up with that fucking tile line on the floor so that he's far enough to the left that I can go to the right of him. I assume everyone who plays this game does that. It took me too long to figure that out. I didn't realize that until like my third or fourth attempt. So I remember something about this was I was worried about Espeon's health. I didn't want to use a hyper, so I'm out of supers. And if Sneasel had attacked Espy here, I probably would have hypered Espy, and I would have felt really dumb about it because I didn't want to burn a hyper here. Okay, so the previous world record, I got fucking demolished in this next fight. This fight in the record, my career was almost ended by this woman. She absolutely went haywire on my ass. So almost every single runnable bear outspeeds this Gardevoir. In the record, I was speed tied with the Gardevoir. So I was 50-50 for this fight to go perfectly normal. In the record, I lost the speed tie. It used Ice Punch on Espeon, which is one of 3 moves it can use. It Ice Punched Espeon and froze Espeon with Ice Punch. And I just lost like 90 seconds on this fight because of it. I got demolished. She fucking ended my career. in the record. It was incredible. Anyway, I just outspeeded this time. Go fuck yourself, guard, where nobody fucking likes you. I do not plan on catching Altaria. Thanks for the suggestion, though. Oh, I also missed the range on Altaria. I missed a Hyper Beam range on Altaria also. So I got double owned by Lavrina in the record. It wants to be caught? I think it wants to die. I can help it out with that. I'm gonna check what Lavrina time record got. Why'd I close the VOD? Here it is. Record had a 329.23. Well, we've had this bite flinch counter for a reason, right? There it is. So even with duck flip, the duck flip miss, we are just about 1 minute ahead of the record. What is that, 55 seconds up on the record? Not bad. See ya, Altaria. Get owned, bozo. So I think I talked about this. I didn't realize how good my pace was until the final fight of the run. I knew I was on good pace. I didn't like process what was happening in front of me until the very, very ending. So I said that the one fight was going to go poorly. That was duck flip. The rest of this run, from that until the very, very ending, is literally going to go perfectly. I was told that it was by far the fastest anyone has ever done Citadark. I don't care enough to double check that. But everything other than that Golduck range miss is going to be perfect. We even got the fastest move from them. Mischievous. Beautiful. Now this. Oh, this. I've talked about it many times. There's a world in my dreams There's a world out there, an alternate universe. A magical world where everything is beautiful. Where Ursaring wins the speed range against the Shadow Kanga. I don't remember what the chance is. It's obscene. It is such a tiny, tiny chance to outspeed the Shadow Kangaskhan. This is a tiny, tiny little chance. It's probably around 1 in 8, if I had to guess. I have no idea. Tiny, tiny, tiny little chance. But there's a world out there, in my wildest dreams, where Ursaring outspeeds the Kangaskhan. I had never seen it before. That was the first time I've ever seen it. Just imagine there's a third Hyper Beam miss I just forgot about. How many more beams do I use? I think I use 1, 2, 3 more Hyper Beams in this run. I might be wrong about that. That's just off the top of my head. I think I used 3 more. Anyway, that Kangaskhan outspeed, that was when I knew. That's when I knew that this was the run of destiny. There was not, at this point forward, there'll be a handful of risks I take that I shouldn't take. And it's because I knew. As soon as I got the Kanga outspeed, I knew it was the run of destiny. There's nothing that could stop me. There's nothing that could stop me once that happened. As soon as I outsped that Kanga, there was just nothing that could stop me. That was when I knew. I knew. There was nothing. There was nothing left in my way. That was the final obstacle. That was my final accomplishment in XD, was outspeeding the Kanga. That was the last thing I had to do in this game. I knew. I just knew. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many people know this game that well. Yeah, we get 2 white herbs on Citadark, which is really important. Both of those are going to be extremely important. We could do the run without them. They save us a very, very large chunk of time. I also got Howl instead of an offensive move, which was good. So this Magmar's a range. I believe it's about 90%. Funny enough, I don't think I've ever missed the Magmar. Oh, well, I've missed it once. I think I've only missed it once, though. Yeah, so the reason we equipped the white herb there is because it's used in the next fight. So, yeah, in case you didn't believe me, this is, it's pretty obvious why the white herb's helpful. It's not this one. Yeah, man. Good idea. So, Sharpedo did something kind of annoying. It attacked me. I know Screech. Generally, I'd prefer to use Screech because I don't like using a potion there. Or at least have it attack Bear. We're not worried about Bear's health for most of this segment. We are concerned about SBs mostly because if Ursaring crits SB with Earthquake, other than that, SB doesn't really take any damage, but you use Earthquake enough times that you become scared of it. And also, like I said, I had never had a run that didn't crit SB with Earthquake. So you know, you just develop a fear, and you become, you start doing all these safety things that maybe numbers wise aren't good plays, but because you're so terrified of it happening again, you're always healing SB to full. You don't know, this might not be the real record. This might be like maybe I didn't actually get a record. Maybe it was fake, you know? Maybe I'm just gonna die to Eldis. Nobody's seen the record video. You don't know if this finishes. This is the first, like, public showing of the record video. Right now, the raw video file is unlisted on my YouTube. I wanted to have a video, or have a version that wasn't just the raw VOD. And so instead of just like editing, and cutting out whatever happened, like I did like 50 minutes of resets before I got this run. And so instead of just editing that out and then posting like the bland ass nothing version, I decided it'd be better if I made something like this. So this is about an 80% range on Rapidash. See ya, bitch. Yeah, I decided it'd be better if I had like a version like this when I submit it. I'm gonna submit this with a link to the raw video file. Just that way you can verify, like, the full video file has the console boot up and everything, so it's easier to verify because it was an offline run. And then I also have this version, which is a good version for a time like this to have. You know, this time is so good, nobody's really gonna come close to it for a really long time. And so I think it's best that I make something like this anyway. And it's better to do it now than later, just so I can upload it with this version, or like submit it with this version. Get on Ninetales. Two-turn Snaddle 1. Yeah, you just keep going off about this whole magnitude thing. We'll pretend it's faster. Why not? I'm trying to imagine how a Taz would do it. You would crit the Numel or crit the Quagsire and kill it. Magnitude kills Lantern. Maybe you could kill the Quagsire with a Mag 10 crit. That'd be funny. Nice. That's cool. Cause you wouldn't. You'd still be a Numel. Eh. But yeah. Yeah. There's some interesting options with it. I won't believe it's faster until I see it. Thankfully I didn't get an attacking move from this, or like one that attacked right away. I know the old record was outsped by the Medicham, so I was sort of saving time over record just by virtue of outspeeding things record didn't. And then a lot of the fights I got luckier than the record did. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I don't know. See, dude, okay, so funny thing about that, I froze there for a second. I mentioned this earlier, I was watching Sparkle's stream when I was doing this run, and I think at that point, Sparkle's run had just died, and he had been on like a really good run, and so I was like DMing him about it. So I was literally wasted like a second in the world record because I was DMing encouragement to my boy Spark. I'm too nice for my own good. It's incredible. So this is the only thing other than Duck Flip that went wrong on all of Citadark. This is the only thing. And it happened in record 2. The only thing. Hariyama's a troll. I didn't want to use a hidden power. I was worried about the PP management. I used a return here. I just went for the call return because Espeon's PP is going to be tighter than Bear's PP for the second. Okay. I fail to see how that's relevant. You just know this because you're routing Flareon. You probably just Hyper Beam it, dude. Oh, that's funny. In Call, both the Hariyamas don't have thick fat. They both have guts. The only reason I know that the two Hariyamas in Call have thick fat is because there was a scenario on Clest where you could Fire Blast it, and so I had to make sure it didn't have thick fat to make sure that that backup worked. And then while I was at it, I was like, well, I'll just check what Gonzap's Hariyama has, because, you know, it's right fucking there. It also has guts. That one isn't really relevant, but it was for like a Clest backup that I like went and made sure that they had guts. Oh, I don't even think I mentioned it. The Yanma can use Detect. I don't know what the odds are. It's probably 1 in 3 to use Detect. I think I've only seen it once. So this Altaria is a 3 and 4. Thank you for the kind words, Egan. I feel like I never do the movement in this room clean. It just doesn't matter, but I just wish that, like, I did my movement better in this room. That's just, it's such an unimportant nothing, but I wish I did it, like, slightly cleaner. Oh, what the hell, that's cool. So, there's a strat in the next fight that bleeds into this fight, and it was used in the record. Whereas we use a white herb on the next fight, and it, on average, saves some time based on some ranges. You need really high attack to make it work. And I am very sad to report I did not go for it in this run, because I love it. I very much love early white herb. 27 attack neutral, it's not going to cut it. But I wanted to mention it because technically I lose a tiny bit of time in the fight after this to the record. It's almost like having your folks' movement based on speed. Makes sense. Wow. Anyway, that Lickitung's a range. I don't know what it is. Who cares? It's dead. I'm gonna check if I have that range written in my notes. I don't think I do. I've been like naming the ranges I know. There's a handful I just don't know. The Lickitung one's really favorable. I think it's probably around 80-90%. But I don't think I have it written down. I don't. Yeah. I also don't have this one written down. So a benefit of the early white herb is it gets us an extra level up for the Scyther range. Scyther, I believe, is around... it's similar to the Lickitung range. It's like 80-90% to kill, I think. I don't have it written down, but it's around there. So the idea behind white herb strat in this fight is you would one-hit KO the Exploud with Return here. This gives Espeon a level up, which makes the Scyther range better, and it lets you use Return on Chansey instead of Hyper Beam, which makes a faster move animation. You're not worried about the risk of it missing, but you can only safely do it if you have really high attack on Bear. Anyway, like I said, the Scyther's a range, but you know what's gonna happen. Come on now. Yeah. I just decided not to be too concerned about the Exploud attack range. I decided play it safe for that one. Yeah, there's 3 E-Reader Shadows. I should know these. I should know these. I know... I don't remember them. It's been so long since I looked. That's so fun. I know one of them is a shadow that's like in Call or some shit. One's a Caesar. Togepi, that was what I was thinking of. And Mareep? I knew the Caesar, and I knew the Togepi. I forgot about the Mareep. I knew there were E-Reader Shadows. I don't know what the cool thing about them. They probably just have custom moves or some shit. I don't know. Oh, what the hell? That's funny. Alright, let's check out these custom move sets. Mareep has Thunder, Thunder Shock, Thunder Wave, Cotton Spore. Caesar has Fury Cutter, Metal Claw, Sword Stance, Slash. Togepi has Metronome, Charm, Sweet Kiss, Yawn. So they literally aren't even like custom moves. Oh, I had it backwards. Right, it's shadows that you can get in XD because the e-readers shadows are for Hollow. So I was informed after this record that you can hidden power the Quagsire. Anyway. Not important. So I was, it doesn't really matter. I was thankful that the Metang attacked Ursaring. If Metang uses Metal Claw on Espeon, then an Earthquake crit could have killed Espeon. I think it'd be shiny. That's funny. Yeah, I know Flaffy and Togetic, but the Caesar was the one I remembered because I remembered that's like the only interesting one of the three. That's why I just like knew it off the top of my head. The other ones are just sort of whatever, who cares? Yeah. I mean, the e-reader card thing is such a weird thing that it's like... I feel like you... Especially back then, it'd be hard to justify putting something really interesting and really unique behind something like that. That seems like something Nintendo would do now, is like, hey, buy this useless shit, and then get like, oh, 6 IV, shiny, modest Arceus. All you have to do is pay $270. But, you know, back then. So my notes are telling me that the Starmie range is about a 65%. But you already know what's going to happen, so I don't have to tell you. Sword Stance last resort. Miss into crit. What? Jesus, dude. Yeah, so that segment went really, really well. Other than the only thing that wasn't perfect was the fake out. But now, nothing in the rest of the run will go imperfectly. Everything from this point on is going to be perfect. You're about to watch like a masterclass in this endgame. It's beautiful. It's incredible. What did the old record? I'm checking the old. What did old record have? Old record had a 4:01:32. So we're about a minute 15. We're a minute 16 ahead of the old record. And I have about another minute 20 to save on the record before I finish this run, so who knows what's about to happen. Also, that Swell is a range. I don't know what the range is because it dies every single time, so go fuck yourself, Swell. I don't know why Swift said that. Swift said that just to be a funny little prankster. I should break it, but it's valuable, so I won't. The whole meme was that I would break my Colo disc when I got record, because I have 2. Fuck. One dropped it. Good enough. Fuck. This is as bad as Snap again. Anyway, Kingdra's a 7 and 8, but you knew I was gonna kill it. Look at this ugly piece of shit. Nobody fucking likes you. sure heal you. I was a little frustrated with how much that earthquake did to Snorlax. There's just a tiny, tiny piece of me that was contemplating using Hyper Beam on the Snorlax because of how little that EQ did. Anyway, if you're paying attention to the PP, I wasn't. We were out of PP, you know. So, I think we have 0 hidden powers and like 1 psychic left. I don't know why. I don't know if that's like an old school thing people did. I've heard of fucking rubbing toothpaste on a fucking GameCube disc. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to fucking do. Other than scratchy, scratchy, scratchy. Yeah, let me scratch my disc up. I've heard that before though. That's why I think that's funny. I also had this healing machine poorly. I can't believe I lost like a quarter second of movement. Guys, don't watch. That's embarrassing, guys. Come on. That's. I'm better than that. So, this isn't supposed to be. That is the last earthquake I will use in this run. This is my first and only XD run that did not crit Espeon with earthquake. My only one. It's the first time I've ever had this. And so, I'm supposed to use one more earthquake. I'm supposed to. I've mentioned there are XD sheets. I don't use them. There was 2 points in this run I pulled up a sheet and consulted it. In the next fight, there's a Gale. With my attack stat, I am a 11 and 16 to 1-hit KO the Gale with return. I don't have to tell you it happens. I consulted the damage sheet and I made a calculated decision. I don't know how I keep missing the Torkoal. Fucking with 70, it's like a 9 and 16, so it's not even a 1 and 2. So like, I miss it so often. It's so frustrating. That one, that's the one that gets me every single time. Like, it's never like the Linoon. It's never like I don't even know what else. It's always something stupid like the Linoon or like the fucking Torkoal. I'm pretty sure it's 916 with 70. I could be wrong about that. It wouldn't shock me. I don't care. Okay, it's an 11 and 16. Normally we bite the Glalie and we use Earthquake. It's an 11 and 16 on one, 15 and 16 on the other. I don't need to tell you what happens. And this goddamn Breloom. I am checking the goddamn sheet for this one. How many moves does this thing know? I swear to God, that Breloom always uses Mach Punch. Why does it always use Mach Punch? I'm checking the sheet to find out how many moves it knows. I swear I've had it not use Mach Punch. Since I came back to XD, it has never not used Mach Punch. Out of like 6 times? I have it right here. Spore, Focus Punch, Sky Uppercut, Mach Punch. So it's probably, I would guess it's technically a 1 in 5 or a 1 in 2. Why did I say 1 in 5? I would guess it's technically a 1 and 2 between Uppercut and Mach. That would be my guess, is that in that situation they can't choose between Spore and Focus Punch. Okay, that right there, that call, I think it was technically faster if I used a full heal instead of calling. You can understand why I did what I did in that moment. My brain was just fix the problem immediately without thinking of the fastest way to do it. I think it technically would have been barely faster to use my full heal there. And that Mach Punch means I had to use an extra potion. So, fuck you, Breloom. Nobody likes you. So, this was the one thing I was really worried about. My Espeon's HP IV is 19, its defense IV is 7. I believe it's a range to die to 2 Silver Winds. So this was the one thing I was really concerned about with my defensive stats. You don't have 7 and 8? Well, what the fuck, man? I thought you said it was 15 and 16. I knew you said it was a range. I thought it was 15 and 16. There's that other white herb. This was when I knew. This is when I knew. I started popping off like right here. As soon as it hit the bear there, I started popping off. As soon as it hit the bear. Nah, as soon as it hit the bear, my only obstacle was Greevil. And wouldn't you know, it double targeted the bear. Thank you. Yeah. Silver Wind crit. Not this time. It could have crit me and both my pokes still would have lived. It could have Omni Boost crit. I still would have killed it. I would have just had to use a Hyper if it Omni Boost crit. That would have been funny, but not this time. I'll never get over the time. If a run died here, I don't think I would have stopped, because I had a 423 that died here, and that didn't stop me. And like I didn't realize that this was what pace this was until like the very ending. So if it died here, I probably would have been like, well, it was 22 pace, and I died. I'm gonna cry like a baby. But that would have been similar to the 23 dying here, where I would have just moved on and kept going. So, this is a dumb thing to be frustrated by. I think I mentioned earlier how many Hyper Beam uses I had left. Theoretically, I should have 0 from here. I have 2 from here. Because, motherfucking bear over here didn't want to 2-hit KO the Lapras with the turn. So, I think usually you have to beam it anyway, but come on, bear. Like, where's a crit when you need one? Figure it out, bro. Okay. So we have a math problem here. I hope you guys like numbers. So, Record's eldest. Record's eldest is a 41620. I am less than 2 minutes ahead of the world record. I am going to finish this run 2 minutes and 35 seconds ahead of the record. You're in for a treat. I had the record before this. I beat my own record. So, the funny thing about this endgame is just about everything we fight from here on out is a range. This Lugia is a 2-hit range with Bite. And this is why we have the counter. Yeah, fuck that guy. That guy's so toxic. I've truly never seen anything like that on Lugia. Okay. The reason this fight's funny, correct me if I'm wrong. Rhydon is a range. Moltres is a range. Articuno is a range. Zapdos is a range. So out of the last 7 pokes we kill, 5 are not guaranteed to die. It's so true. Anyway, you already know what's gonna happen. Okay, so Shadow Executor has a move with 60 accuracy that 2-hit KOs both my pocket monsters. We give it 3 turns. If it does anything other than hit the same poke twice out of those 3 turns, I win the fight. If it hits the same poke twice in those 3 turns, the run dies. This fight has about a 60% win rate. I don't have to tell you it happens, but this is why nobody plays this game. That's a 60 accuracy move. I don't want to talk about it, Helio. So from this point, I am guaranteed to win the fight. Because it targeted Ursaring once, Ursaring outspeeds and gets the fake tears off. So even if it hits Ursaring a second time here, I can kill both pokes in one hit from Espeon, and they can't kill me in one hit. So I'm guaranteed to finish the run from here unless I get crit. Yeah. And there it is. So, I did something funny here. If I were to use the heal machine, which I skipped the heal machine because I had enough health and enough potions, I would have had a Psychic for Zapdos, which turns Zapdos from a range into a guaranteed kill. Which is why I autopiloted used Psychic. And that's the final hype dream of the run. And it crit for good measure. I remember I didn't realize what my pace was until I killed Zapdos. I checked the time, and I realized that this was going to be under 422. Name Michael W. My XD related rewards have to be thrown in the dumpster, just like the game. Yeah, Greevil, figure it out, stop being bad, bro. Fucking loser. I really didn't realize what the time was going to be until I killed Zapdos. And then I was like, wait a minute, this is under 22. And the picture of Princess behind Live Split. We're going to watch the whole credits, just for fun, but that's it. 421.46. I have a feeling this one might stand for a while. Just a wild guess. Secret brainstorming. You guys have to redo the EXP route so you can beat this. I don't know, does skipping mirror be saved 3 minutes? Asking for a friend. Quick Claw Numble any percent. Let's go. I'm surprised there's actually 6 bite flinches. I think I said at the beginning, I think it was 6, and I was right. You can't have another secret group chat. What the fuck? You can't just keep making secret group chats. Shut up, Helio. But yeah, so it had the 103 Lavrina, so it had the incredible start. The sort of mid game, it was very good, not great. And that ending, oh that ending, oh that ending, that ending was the stuff of legends. That was incredible. That ending was just unfathomably good. Yeah, I've truly never accomplished anything like this in a video game before. This was incredible. I have no idea. All that and we missed the Golduck range. What can I say? So I'm gonna let this video run until the ending. I have something at the ending that I want to be in the submission video. I want it to be in the record video, so we're gonna let the video play. And then I will go offline. And I will submit this as the video, along with the raw VOD, so that you can see everything from console boot up to my resets before the run started. I had about 50 minutes of Teddy resets until I got this one. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I will not be playing this game anymore. But yeah, I'd say that's it from me. I'll leave it up for a bit and I'll see you guys later.